I don't know. I got another file done. There's like nothing in it. I think this works, whatever. Making a new, whatever file. Placebo empty file. And then pasting text into it using Notepad. I don't know. It looks like it's working. I'm gonna see however many files I can get done in a couple hours or so. This sucks. I really wish I could like automate this, but I'm not gonna write a separate program because this probably wouldn't work. It's not even worth bothering to like. I'll just do each file one by one. I could get some ice cream though. I need some sugar. BRB.
A prototype property is automatically created for every function to provide for the possibility that the function will be used as a constructor. Note it is permissible but not necessary to have one argument for each formal parameter to be specified. For example, all three of the following expressions produce the same result. New function a, b, c, returner plus b plus c. New function a, b, c, returner plus b plus c. New function a, b, c, returner plus b plus c. 5, 3. Three properties of the function constructor. The function constructor is itself a function object and it says function. The value of the internal property of the function constructor is the standard built-in function prototype object. 1, 5, 3, 4. The value of the internal property of the function constructor is true. The function constructor has the following properties. 5, 3, 3. 1 function prototype. The initial value of function prototype is the standard built-in function prototype object. 1, 5, 3, 4. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 3, 3, 2 function length. This is a data property with a value of 1. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 3, 4 properties of the function prototype object. The function prototype object is itself a function object. It says function that, when invoked, accepts any arguments and returns undefined. The value of the internal property of the function prototype object is the standard built-in object prototype object. 1, 5, 2, 4. The initial value of the internal property of the function prototype object is true. The function prototype object does not have a value of property of its own. However, it inherits the value of property from the object prototype object. The length property of the function prototype object is 0. ECMA International 2009 117. 1, 5, 3, 4. 1 function prototype constructor. The initial value of function prototype constructor is the built-in function constructor. 1, 5, 3, 4. 2 function prototype to string. An implementation-dependent representation of the function is returned. This representation has the syntax of a function declaration. Note in particular that the use and placement of white space, line terminators, and semicolons within the representation string is implementation dependent. The toString function is not generic. It throws a type error exception if this value is not a function object. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 3, 4. 3 function prototype apply. This arg array, when the apply method is called on an object func with arguments this arg and arg array, The following steps are taken if is callable. Func is false. Then throw a type error exception. If argArray is null or undefined, then return the result of C, alling the internal method of func, providing this argues this value in an empty list of arguments. If type argArray is not object, then throw a type error exception. Let len be the result of calling the. If len is null or undefined, then throw a type error exception. Let n be 32, len. If n is not equal to number, len. Then throw a type error exception. Let arglist be an empty list. Let index be 0, 0. Repeat while int x, n. Let index name be to string, index b. Let next arg be the result of calling the argument. C append next arg as the last element of arglist. D set index to index plus 1, 1. Return the result of calling the internal method of func, providing this argues this value and arglist as the list of arguments. The length property of the apply method is 2. Note that this arg value is passed without modification as this value. This is a change from addition 3, where undefined or null this arg is replaced with the global object and to object is applied to all other values and that result is passed as this value. 5, 3, 4. For function prototype call, this arg1, arg2. When the call method is called on an object func with argument this arg and optional arguments arg1, arg2 etc. The following steps are taken if is callable. Func is false. Then throw a type error exception. Let arglist be an empty list. If this method was called with more than one argument, then in left to right order starting with arg1 append. Each argument is the last element of arglist. Return the result of calling the internal method of func, providing this argues this value and arglist as the list of arguments. The length property of the call method is 1. 18. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. Note that this arg value is passed without modification as this value. This is a change from addition 3, where undefined or null this arg is replaced with the global object and to object is applied to all other values and that result is passed as this value. 5, 3, 4, 5 function prototype bind. This arg1, arg2. The bind method takes one or more arguments. This arg and, optionally, arg1, arg2, etc. and returns a new function object by performing the following steps. Let target be this value. If is callable, target is false. Throw a type error exception. Let it be a new, possibly empty, internal list of all of the argument values provided after this arg1, arg2, etc. In order, let f be a new native ECMAScript object. Set all the internal methods, except for set the internal property of f to target. Set the internal property of f to the value of this arg. Set the RGS internal property of f to a 0. Set the internal property of f to function 1. Set the internal property of f to the standard built-in function prototype object as specified in 5, 3, 3, 1, 2. Set the internal property of f as described in 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 1, 3. Set the internal property of f as described in 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 2, 4. Set the internal property of f as described in 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 5. If the internal property of target is function, then let L be the length property of target minus the length of A. B set the length own property of f to either 0 or L, whichever is larger. 6. Else set the length own property of f to 0. 7. Set the attributes of the length own property of f to the values specified in 1, 5, 3, 5, 1, 8. Set the internal property of f to true. 9. Let thrower be the function object 1, 3, 2, 3, 0. Call the internal method of f with arguments caller, property descriptor thrower, false, false, and false. 1. Call the internal method of f with arguments property descriptor thrower, false, false, and false. 2. Return f. The length property of the bind method is 1. Note function objects created using function prototype bind do not have a prototype property or the code and internal properties. 5, 3, 4, 5, 1. When the internal method of a function object, f, which was created using the bind function is called with this value and a list of arguments extra args, The following steps are taken. Let bound args be the value of f's internal property. Let bound this be the value of f's internal property. Let target be the value of f's internal property. Let args be a new list containing the same values as the list bound args in the same order followed by the same values as the list extra args in the same order. Return the result of calling the internal method of target providing bound this as this value and providing args as the arguments. 5, 3, 4, 5, 2. When the internal method of a function object, f that was created using the bind function is called with a list of arguments extra args. The following steps are taken. ECMA International 2009 119. 1. Let target be the value of f's internal property. If target has no internal method, a type error exception is thrown. Let bound args be the value of f's internal property. Let args be a new list containing the same values as the list bound args in the same order followed by the same values as the list extra args in the same order. Return the result of calling the internal method of target providing args as the arguments. 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, v. When the internal method of a function object f that was created using the bind function is called with argument v. The following steps are taken. Let target be the value of f's internal property. If target has no internal method, a type error exception is thrown. Return the result of calling the internal method of target providing v as the argument. 5, 3, 5 properties of function instances. In addition to the required internal properties, every function instance has an internal property and in most cases use a different version of the internal property. The internal property, 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 and the internal property. The value of the internal property is function instances that correspond to strict mode functions. 13.2, and function instances created using the function prototype bind method. 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, have properties named caller and arguments that throw a type error exception. An ECMAScript implementation must not associate any implementation-specific behavior with accesses of these properties from strict mode function code. 5, 3, 5, 1 length. The value of the length property is an integer that indicates the typical number of arguments expected by the function. However, the language permits the function to be invoked with some other number of arguments. The behavior of a function when invoked on a number of arguments other than the number specified by its length property depends on the function. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 3, 5, 2 prototype. The value of the prototype property is used to initialize the internal property of a newly created object before the function object is invoked as a constructor for that newly created object. This property has the attribute true, false, false. Note function objects created using function prototype bind do not have a prototype property. 5, 3, 5, 3, v. Assume f is a function object. When the internal method of f is called with value v, the following steps are taken. If v is not an object, return false. Let o be the result of calling the if type. O is not object, throw a type error exception. Repeat. 20. ECMA International 2009. Let v be the value of the internal property of v, bc. If v is null, return f. Else, if o and v refer to the same object, return true. Function objects created using function prototype bind have a different implementation of 1, 5, 3, 5, 4. Function objects use a variation of the assume f is a function object. When the let v be the result of calling the default. If p is caller and v is a strict mode function object, throw a type error exception. Return v. Note function objects created using function prototype bind use the default. Array objects give special treatment to a certain class of property names. A property name p, in the form of a string value, is an array index if and only if to string 232 p is equal to p and 232 p is not equal to 232 1. A property whose property name is an array index is also called an element. Every array object has a length property whose value is always a non-negative integer less than 232. The value of the length property is numerically greater than the name of every property whose name is an array index, whenever a property of an array object is created or changed. Other properties are adjusted as necessary to maintain this invariant. Specifically, whenever a property is added whose name is an array index, the length property is changed, if necessary, to be one more than the numeric value of that array index, and whenever the length property is changed. Every property whose name is an array index whose value is not smaller than the new length is automatically deleted. This constraint applies only to own properties of an array object and is unaffected by length from its prototypes.
Testing. I got a couple files now, done or whatever. It's gonna take way too long to go file by file.
The result of calling the internal method of a with argument to string.
Or at least one by one.
Return false. 5, 4, 1. The array constructor called as a function. When array is called as a function rather than as a constructor, it creates and initializes a new array object. Thus, the function call array is equivalent to the object creation expression new array with the same arguments 5, 4, 1. 1 array, item 1, item 2. When the array function is called, the following steps are taken. Create and return a new array object exactly as if the standard built-in constructor array was used in a new expression with the same arguments 1, 5, 4, 2. Note, has instance defined in 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3. ECMA International 2009 121 1, 5.
There's like 2, 3, 4 files in the same folder for a couple things. So I think I'll take like the placeholder file and paste it like 4 times. Open up Notepad, do 4 files. And then
Array prototype object, the one that is the
like paste whatever from the source files to rename them whatever back to their name, so the text is moved to a physically new file.
newly constructed.
I think I'll do like 3 or 4 files at once, or try. And I saved a backup. I'm gonna save one more backup, just in case the other one's broken. Because this compiler, I don't know, it sucks. So I'm gonna save one more backup. This will be like my reset backup. So I'm gonna do a bunch of files now. And if something gets messed up, I'll have a backup. I hate this. I feel like a file's gonna break. It's like freaking restart again. So I'm gonna save it back up, get going or whatever, and try to get like as much done as possible. This compiler sucks.
The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true if the argument len is a number and 32 len is equal to len, then the length property of the newly constructed object is set to 32 len. If the argument len is a number and 32 len is not equal to len, a range error exception is thrown. If the argument len is not a number, then the length property of the newly constructed object is set to 1. The 0 property of the newly constructed object is set to len with attributes true, true, true. 5, 4, 3 properties of the array constructor. The value of the internal property of the array constructor is the function prototype object 1, 5, 3, 4. Besides the internal properties and the length property, whose value is 1, the array constructor has the following properties 5, 4, 3, 1. Array prototype. The initial value of array prototype is the array prototype object 1, 5, 4, 4. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 4, 3, 2. Array is array, arg. The isArray function takes one argument arg and returns the Boolean value true if the argument is an object whose class internal property is array, otherwise it returns false. The following steps are taken. 22. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 1. If type, arg, is not object, return false. If the value of the internal property of arg is array, then return true. Return false. 5, 4, 4 properties of the array prototype object. The value of the internal property of the array prototype object is the standard built-in object prototype object. 1 5 2 4. The array prototype object is itself an array, it's an array, and it has a length property, whose initial value is +0, and the special internal method described in 1 5 4 5 1. In following descriptions of functions that are properties of the array prototype object, the phrase "this object" refers to the object that is the this value for the invocation of the function. It is permitted for the this to be an object for which the value of the internal property is not array. Note the array prototype object does not have a value of property of its own. However, it inherits the value of property from the standard built-in object prototype object. 5 4 4 1 Array prototype constructor. The initial value of array prototype constructor is the standard built-in array constructor. 5 4 4 2 Array prototype toString. When the toString method is called, the following steps are taken. Let array be the result of calling to object on the this value. Let fun be the result of calling the if is callable. Func is false. Then let fun be the standard built-in method object prototype toString. 1 5 2 4 2. Return the result of calling the internal method of fun, providing array as the this value in an empty arguments list. Note that a string function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the toString function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5 4 4 3 Array prototype to locale string. The elements of the array are converted to strings using their to locale string methods, and these strings are then concatenated, separated by occurrences of a separator string that has been derived in an implementation-defined locale-specific way. The result of calling this function is intended to be analogous to the result of toString, except that the result of this function is intended to be locale-specific. The result is calculated as follows. Let O be the result of calling to object passing the this value as the argument. Let array len be the result of calling the let len be 32. Array len. Let separator be the string value for the list separator string appropriate for the host environment's current locale. This is derived in an implementation-defined way. If len is 0, return the empty string. Let first element be the result of calling the if first element is undefined or null, then a let r be the empty string 8. Else, a let element obj be to object. First element, ECMA International 2009 123. Be let fun be the result of calling the see if is callable. Func is false. Throw a type error exception. D let r be the result of calling the internal method of fun, providing element obj as the this value in an empty arguments list. Let 1 0. Repeat. K len a let s be a string value produced by concatenating r and separator. B let next element be the result of calling the toString k. See if next element is undefined or null. Then I let r be the empty string. D else I let element obj be to object. Next element 2. Let fun be the result of calling the to locale string 3. If is callable. Func is false. Throw a type error exception. I've let r be the result of calling the internal method of fun, providing element obj as the this value in an empty arguments list. E let r be a string value produced by concatenating s and r. F increase k by 1 1. Return r. Note 1. The first parameter to this function is likely to be used in a future version of this standard. It is recommended that implementations do not use this parameter position for anything else. Note 2. The to locale string function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the to locale string function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5 4 4 4 Array prototype concat. Item 1, item 2. When the concat method is called with 0 or more arguments, item 1, item 2, etc. It returns an array containing the array elements of the object followed by the array elements of each argument in order. The following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing the this value as the argument. Let A be a new array created as if by the expression new array. where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let 0. Let items be an internal list whose first element is O and whose subsequent elements are, in left to right order, the arguments that were passed to this function invocation. Repeat. While items is not empty. 24. ECMA International 2009. AB. Remove the first element from items and let E be the value of the element. If the value of the internal property of E is array, then I2, 3. Let K be 0. Let len be the result of calling the 2, 3, 5. Let P be to string K. Let exists be the result of calling the internal method of E with P if exists is true. Then, a let sub-element be the result of calling the B. Call the internal method of A with arguments to string N, P, property descriptor, sub-element, true, 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 and false. Increase N by 1. Increase K by 1. 6. Return A, see else. It is not an array. I call the internal method of A with arguments to string N, property descriptor, E, true, 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 and false. 2. Increase N by 1. The length property of the concat method is 1. Note the concat function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the concat function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4. 5 array prototype join. Separator. The elements of the array are converted to strings, and these strings are then concatenated, separated by occurrences of the separator. If no separator is provided, a single comma is used as the separator. The join method takes one argument, separator, and performs the following steps. Let O be the result of calling to object passing this value as the argument. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32, len val. If separator is undefined, let separator be the single character string. Let sep be to string separator. If len is 0, return the empty string. Let element 0 be the result of calling the. If element 0 is undefined or null, let r be the empty string. Otherwise, let r be to string element 0. Let 1, 0. Repeat. While k, len, let s be the string value produced by concatenating r and sep. B let element be the result of calling the. C if element is undefined or null, let next be the empty string. Otherwise, let next be to string element. D let r be a string value produced by concatenating s and next. E increase k by 1, 1. Return r. The length property of the join method is 1. Note the join function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the join function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 6 array prototype pop. The last element of the array is removed from the array and returned. Let O be the result of calling to object passing this value as the argument. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32, len val. If len is 0, A call the. B return undefined. Else, len, 0, A let inx be to string. Len 1, B let element be the result of calling the. Human inx. C call the internal method of O with arguments inx and true. D call the. ECMA International 2009 125. E return element. Note, can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the pop function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. The pop function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore it. 5, 4, 4, 7 array prototype push. Item 1, item 2. The arguments are appended to the end of the array, in the order in which they appear. The new length of the array is returned as the result of the call. When the push method is called with 0 or more arguments item 1, item 2, etc., the following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing this value as the argument. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let n be 32, len val. Let items be an internal list whose elements are, in left to right order, the arguments that were passed to this function invocation. Repeat. While items is not empty, A remove the first element from items and let E be the value of the element. B call the. C increase n by 1. Call the. Return n. The length property of the push method is 1. Note the push function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the push function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 8 array prototype reverse. The elements of the array are rearranged so as to reverse their order. The object is returned as the result of the call. Let O be the result of calling to object, passing the this value as the argument. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32. Len val. Let middle be floor. Len /2. Let lower be 0. Repeat. While lower middle. 26. A B C D E F G H I J. Let upper be len lower 1. Let upper be to string. Upper. Let lower be to string. Lower. Let lower value be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument upper. Let lower exists be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument lower. Let upper exists be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument upper. If lower exists is true and upper exists is true, then I2. Else I2. Else I call the UE call the internal method of O with arguments upper and true. If lower exists is true and upper exists is false, then call the internal method of O with arguments lower and true. ECMA International 2009. 2. Call the I know action is required L increase lower by 1. Return O. Note the reverse function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the reverse function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4. 9 array prototype shift. The first element of the array is removed from the array and returned. Let O be the result of calling to object, passing the this value as the argument. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32. Len val. If len is 0, then A call the B return undefined. Let first be the result of calling the. Let 1. Repeat. While K, len A B C D E F call the. Let from B to string. K. Let to B to string. K1. Let from present be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument from. If from present is true, then I let from val be the result of calling the 2. Call the else. From present is false. I call the internal method of O with arguments to untrue. Increase K by 1. Delete. Internal method of O with arguments to string. Len 1. And true 0. Return first. Note the shift function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the shift function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 1 0 array prototype slice. Start. End. The slice method takes 2 arguments, start and end, and returns an array containing the elements of the array from element start up to, but not including, element end, or through the end of the array if end is undefined. If start is negative, it is treated as length plus start where length is the length of the array. If end is negative, it is treated as length plus end where length is the length of the array. The following PS are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object, passing the this value as the argument. Let O be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32. Len val. Let relative start be to integer. Start. If relative start is negative, let k be max. Len plus relative start. 0. Else let k be min. Relative start. Len. If end is undefined, let relative end be len. Else let relative end be to integer. End. If relative end is negative, let final be max. Len plus relative end. 0. Else let final be min. Relative end. Len. Let 0. 0. Repeat. While k. Final. ECMA International 2009 127. A let pk be to string. K. B let k present be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument pk. See if k present is true. Then, I let k value be the result of calling the 2. Call the internal method of O with arguments to string. N. Property. Descriptor. K value. True. 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 And false. D increase k by 1. E increase n by 1. 1. Return A. The length property of the slice method is 2. Note the slice function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the slice function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 1, 1 array prototype sort. Compare F. The elements of this array are sorted. This sort is not necessarily stable. That is, elements that compare equal do not necessarily remain in their original order. If compare F is not undefined, it should be a function that accepts two arguments x and y and returns a negative value if x, y, 0 if x equals y, or a positive value if x, y. Let obj be the result of calling to object passing this value as the argument. Let len be the result of applying int32 to the result of calling the length. If compare F is not undefined and is not a consistent comparison function for the elements of this array, see below. The behavior of sort is implementation defined. Let proto be the value of the internal property of obj. If proto is not null and there exists an integer, j such that all of the conditions below are satisfied, then the behavior of sort is implementation defined. Obj is sparse. 15.40j, len, the result of calling the internal method of proto with argument to string, j, is true. The behavior of sort is also implementation defined if obj is sparse and any of the following conditions are true. The internal property of obj is false. Any array index property of obj whose name is a non-negative integer less than len is a data property whose attribute is false. The behavior of sort is also implementation defined if any array index property of obj whose name is a non-negative integer less than len is an accessor property or is a data property whose attribute is false. Otherwise, the following steps are taken. Perform an implementation-dependent sequence of calls to the and internal methods of obj and to sort compare, described below, where the first argument for each call to or is a non-negative integer less than len and where the arguments for calls to sort compare are results of previous calls to the and internal methods will be the value true. If obj is not sparse then must not be called. Return obj. 28. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. The returned object must have the following two properties. There must be some mathematical permutation
Microbi.
of the non-negative integers less than len, such that for every non-negative integer j less than len, if property old, j existed, then new
P.
j is exactly the sum of a Lewis old, j. But if property old, j didn't exist, then new
P.
j does not exist, then for all non-negative integers j and k, each less than len, if sort compare, j, k, 0, see sort compare below, then
P.
j,
P.
k, here the notation old, j, is used to refer to the hypothetical result of calling the internal method of obj with argument j after this function has been executed. A function compareFn is a consistent comparison function for a set of values s if all of the requirements below are met for all values a, b, and c, possibly the same value, in the set S. The notation a, CFB means compareFn, a, b, 0, up equals CFB means compareFn, a, b, equals 0, of either sign, and a, CFB means compareFn, a, b, 0, calling compareFn, a, b, always returns the same value v when given a specific pair of values a and b as its two arguments. Furthermore, type v is number, and v is not nan. Note that this implies that exactly one of a CFB equals CFB, and a CF b w I l l b e t r u e f o r a g I v e n p a I r o f a n d. Calling compareFn, a, b, does not modify this object. A equals CFA, reflexivity. If a equals CFB, then b equals CFA, symmetry. If a equals CFB and b equals CFC, then a equals CFC. If a CFB and b, CFC, then a CFC. If a CFB and b, CFC, then a CFC. Note the above conditions are necessary and sufficient to ensure that compareFn divides the set S into equivalence classes and that these equivalence classes are totally ordered. When the sort compare abstract operation is called with two arguments j and k, The following steps are taken. Let J string be to string. J. Let K string be to string. K. Let hast be the result of calling the PRT internal method of obj with argument J string. Let hask be the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument K string. If hast and hask are both false, then return +0. If hask is false, then return 1. If hask is false, then return -1. Let x be the result of calling the. Let y be the result of calling the 0. If x and y are both undefined, return +0, 1. If x is undefined, return 1, 2. If y is undefined.
I don't understand what this fucking compiler is doing. It gets one file that, like, it doesn't like the encoding or some shit. Some invisible encoding. The file's the fucking same. It looks the same. It has the same data in it. And then it fucks up the whole thing. What the fuck? I fucking hate Microsoft.
Return 1, 8. Return plus.
Fucking ridiculous.
Property values always compare greater than undefined property.
At least it's safe to back up.
Other value. Undefined property values always sort to the end of the result, followed by non-existent property values.
Fuck.
Generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the sort function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. Transitivity of equals CF, transitivity of CF, transitivity of CF. ECMA International 2009 129 15441 array prototype splice. Start. Delete count. Item 1. Item 2. When the splice method is called with 2 or more arguments, start. Delete count and, optionally, item 1, item 2, etc. The delete count elements of the array starting at array index start are replaced by the arguments item 1, item 2, etc. An array object containing the deleted elements, if any, is returned. The following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing this value as the argument. Let it be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let len val be the result of calling the. Let len be 32, len.
And I can't rename the folder because fucking Microsoft compiler locked the fucking, for fuck's sake. Oh my god.
Len. Actual start. Let 0. Repeat.
It's fucking ridiculous.
A let from B to string. Relative start plus K. B let from present be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument from. See if from present is true. Then, I let from value be the result of calling the third of O with argument from 2. Call the internal method of O with arguments to string. K.
This is because the folder's open and I'm viewing the folder. So that's what's like preventing it from renaming the folder. I'll just close all the windows again. It's a lot of fun.
Starting with item 1. The list will be empty if no such items are present. 1. Let item count be the number of elements in items. 2. If item count, actual delete.
Fuck. Microsoft. What the fuck? I gotta restart. So much fun.
Item count. 3. Let from present be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument from I've. If from present is true, then let from value be the result of calling the argument from call the v else. From present is false. Call the internal method of O with arguments to untrue v. Increase k by 1 c let k be len d repeat. While k, len, actual delete count plus item count. I call the internal method of O with arguments to string k1 and true 2. Decrease k by 1. 3. Else if item count, actual delete count. Then, 30. AB. Let k be, len, actual delete count. Repeat. While k, actual start. I2, 3. I've v. Let from b.
And it didn't restart because Windows decided to boot to the drive that doesn't even have a fucking operating system on it because Windows overrides the goddamn BIOS for whatever reason. In the BIOS I picked the first fucking SATA. This is so fucking annoying. Oh my god.
Let K be actual start. 5. Repeat. While items is not empty, remove the first element from items and let E be the value of that element. Be call the C increase K by 1. 6. Call the 7. Return A. The length property of the splice method is 2. Note the splice function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the splice function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 1, 3 array prototype unshift. Item 1, item 2. The arguments are prepended to the start of the array, such that their order within the array is the same.
I have to boot it. And I have to shut down again, and boot it again. And then possibly shut it down again, and then boot it again. And eventually, it's going to pick the first drive again. It's very modern-like, modern operating system, modern compiler, the modern computer programming experience.
Result of calling the internal method from D.
It's not fucking modern.
Result of calling the 2. Call the else from present is false. I call the internal method of O with arguments 2 and true. F decrease K by 1. Let 0. Let items be an internal list whose elements are in left to right order. The arguments that were passed to this function invocation. Repeat. While items is not empty, remove the.
I don't even think it's a file encoding. I think Visual Studio opens a file and it kind of gets stuck. Forgets to close a file. And that's what causes like the encoding error. The issue, whatever the fuck's going on. And somehow resaving it when it doesn't have it open forces it to like refresh or something and then it works. Otherwise, it keeps like reverting back to the old fucking file. So stupid.
Search element from index. Index of compares search element to the elements of the array in ascending order using the internal strict equality comparison algorithm 1 1 9 6 and if found at one or more positions returns the index of the first such position. Otherwise, 1 is returned. The optional second argument from index defaults to 0. That is, the whole array is searched. If it is
oh, now it works. I just hit to restart. That's great. I think I need to make defines. A whole new set of defines right next to the existing ones without whatever. And then not even bother. And then later on, I'm gonna have to figure out how to merge projects. Something will need to be renamed across hundreds of files. Fuck. So I'm gonna, like, use a different name for these variables. It's probably not even gonna fix the issue. It's probably just a compiler bug. It's always a fucking compiler bug. I'm gonna try to come up with different names. Do Control F, find something that's not used. So I don't like overlap things and mingle shit. And I'll use those names. And then I can't handle having to fucking paste the text into a new file for like 100 fucking files and it gets stuck and it breaks every like 2 or 3. I gotta go back. This can take months to get done if I do this. Microsoft is so incompetent. Pisses me off. For fuck's sake. I got nothing done. It's a bunch of shit. So I'm gonna come up with a new keyword and get something done. Unless, of course, something else goes wrong. Because, of course, something will go wrong because it's a Microsoft product. Fuck.
Order using the internal strict equality comparison algorithm 1196, and if found at one or more positions, returns the index of the last such position. Otherwise, 1 is returned. The optional second argument from index defaults to the array's length. That is, the whole array is searched. If it is greater than or equal to the length of the array, the whole array will be searched.
How does it even log to the console if you forget to close an escape sequence? And it builds 4 or 5 times until it goes, oh, that's an error. And it builds like broken builds for those 2, 3, 4 times before it actually said, oh, it's an error. It's ridiculous. It's a piece of shit.
Let len be 32. Value. If len is 0, return -1. If argument from index was passed, let n be to integer from int x, else let n be len. 32. Copyright sign. ECMA.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to restart again because I had to restart because I didn't boot. So there's only 2 drives. I gotta restart again. Plug in the drive. Modern computing. Yeah, okay.
Is true. Then I let element be the result of calling the to string k2. Let same be the result of applying the strict equality comparison algorithm to search element and element 3. If same is true, return k. C decrease k by 1. Return -1. The length property of the last index of method is 1. Note the last index of function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be an array object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the last index of function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 1, 6 array prototype every callback.
Now I'm not going to use the keyword or whatever the char code I was using, the superscript T whatever, but I still have to test to make sure they'll exist on entry because I think it's like it has to do with the files, not as much as the character. And I'm pretty sure that even if I rename it, it won't end up being defined sometimes. This is so stupid.
For missing elements of the array, if this arg parameter is provided, it will be used as the this value for each invocation of callback_fn. If it is not provided, undefined is used instead. Callback_fn is called with 3 arguments: the value of the element, the index of the element, and the object being traversed. Every does not directly mutate the object on which it is called, but the object may be mutated by the calls to callback_fn. The range of elements processed by every is set before the first call to callback_fn. Elements which are appended to the array after the call to every begins will not be visited by callback_fn. If existing elements of the array are changed, their value as passed to callback_fn will be the value at the time every visits them. Elements that are deleted after the call to every begins and before being visited and not visited every acts like the for all quantifier in mathematics. In particular, for an empty array, it returns true when the every method is called with 1 or 2 arguments. The following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing the this value as the argument. Let len value be the result of calling the. Let len be 32. Len value, if is callable, callback_fn, is false.
This backup, it did work at one point. And it's a backup of the Visual Studio project, whatever also. So it's not like the new project with a bunch of whatever bugs attached to it. It's like a backup of the actual backup project.
Calling the internal method of
Which will probably end up with the same bug after building a couple times.
K and O. ECMA International 2009 133. 3. If the Boolean test result is false, return false d increase k by 1. Return true. The length property of the every method is 1. Note the every function is intentionally generic. It does not require that it's this value.
I don't know, I'm gonna try to build it now.
Objects for use as a method. Whether the every function can
If it looks okay, then I can finally like
dependent. 5, 4, 4, 1, 7 array prototype sum. Callback_fn. This arg. Callback.
I'll just make new keywords, whatever.
Value that is coercible to the Boolean value true or false sum.
Takes a minute to fucking build. Fuck. Some shit.
Means one where callback returns true. If such an element is found, sum immediately returns true. Otherwise, sum returns false. Callback is called only for elements of the array which actually exist. It is not called for missing elements of the array. If this arg parameter is provided, it will be used as the this value for each invocation of callback. If it is not provided, undefined is used instead. Callback is called with 3 arguments: the value of the element, the index of the element, and the object being traversed. Sum does not directly mutate the object on which it is called, but the object may be mutated by the calls to callback. The range of elements processed by sum is set before the first call to callback. Elements that are appended to the array after the call to sum begins will not be visited by callback. If existing elements of the array are changed, their value as passed to callback will be the value at the time that sum visits them. Elements that are deleted after the call to sum begins and before being visited and not visited sum acts like the exists quantifier in mathematics. In particular, for an empty array, it returns false when the sum method is called with 1 or 2 arguments. The following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing the this value as the argument. Let len value be the result of calling the let len be 32 len value. If is callable, callback is false. Throw a type error exception. If this arg was supplied, let t be this arg, else let t be undefined. Let 0 repeat. While k, len, let pk be to string, k, b let k present be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument pk. See if k present is true. Then, I let k value be the result of calling the 2. Let test result be the result of calling the internal method of callback with t as the this value and argument list containing k value, k, and O. 3. If to Boolean, test result, is true, return true. D increase k by 1, return false. The length property of the sum method is 1. Note the sum function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object.
Well, so look at that. It didn't work. It's cool. Microsoft will be out of business at some point. Fact.
34. Copyright 15418 array prototype for each
It's a good thing I saved another backup.
function that accepts 3 arguments for each calls callback once for each element present in the array. In ascending order, callback is called only for elements of the array which actually exist. It is not called for missing elements of the array. If the s-arg parameter is provided, it will be used as the this value for each invocation of callback. If it is not provided, undefined is used instead. Callback is called with 3 arguments: the value of
I think these are the 3.
and the object being traversed. For each does not directly mutate the object on which it is called, but the object may be mutated by the calls to callback. The range of elements processed by for each is set before the first call to callback. Elements which are appended to the array after the call to for each begins will not be visited by callback. If existing elements of the array are changed, their value as passed to callback will be the value at the time for each visits them. Elements that are deleted after the call to for each begins and before being visited and not visited when the for each method is called with 1 or 2 arguments. The following steps are taken. Let O be the result of calling to object passing the this value as the argument.
You have that one backup where I got like 2 files done. I'm like, oh, I finally got some progress done. I got a couple more files done. And then like, it's not working out. So those, they probably don't build. But I do have that one backup that worked. So whenever I get to that backup, that'll work, I think. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna fucking lose it. This stuff is shit. Sick.
If k present is true,
It's like it builds and they flip a coin, like, for everything. To like, are we gonna overflow the stack? Flip a coin. Nope. Maybe next time. Are we gonna like corrupt a couple files? They flip a coin. Oh yeah, we're gonna corrupt a couple files. And then they're like, how many files are in this project? Oh, there's over 25. You have like 100 something files. Well, we're gonna like get the character encoding for a couple of them, because somehow each file has its own different character encoding, like metadata. I don't even know. But they're gonna like apply the wrong metadata to the files, and they won't be read correctly, like 20 of the files. And you can like rename and replace files, all of them, and they could probably be like, well, we're gonna choose to use a different encoding now.
arg parameter
This thing pisses me the fuck off.
of callback fin.
If you have like 5 files, it's fine. Once you go over like 25 files, this compiler, it doesn't fucking work.
Mutate the object on which it is called, but the object may be mutated by the calls to callback fin. ECMA International 2009 135. The range of elements processed by map is set before the first call to callback fin. Elements which are appended to the array after the call to map begins will not be visited by callback fin.
I'm hoping this will build.
Their
If not, I gotta redo again what I did again, and then redo that.
after the call to map begins and before being visited and not visited. When the map
I'll click clean solution, build, clean build. I'll click build, rebuild.
let len value be the
See if this fucking works. Fuck.
callback fin is false. Throw a type error exception. If this arg was supplied, let t be this arg.
Really, I don't understand how they're so incompetent.
Where array well k len a let pk be to string k b let k present be the result of calling the internal method of a with argument pk. See if k present is true, then I let k value be the result of calling the 2. Let mapped value be the result of calling the internal method of callback fin with t as the this value and argument list containing k value k and o. 3. Call the internal method of a with arguments pk property descriptor.
Isn't Microsoft design like the best of the best? People in the business for years, college graduates and stuff. Man, pretty stupid. Well, it works great. I'm so fucking annoyed.
Prototype filter callback fin. This arg callback fin should be a function that accepts
I'll just delete the other backup and chew on this food.
order and constructs a new array of all the values for which callback fin returns true. Callback fin is called only for elements of the array which actually exist. It is not called for missing elements of the array. If this arg parameter is provided, it will be used as the this value for each invocation of callback fin. If it is not provided, undefined is used instead. Callback fin is called with 3 arguments: the value of the element, the index of the element, and the object being traversed. Filter does not directly mutate the object on which it is called, but the object may be mutated by the calls.
Oh yeah, I can't make the file path too long because Windows will go. I'll just try anyways. It'll say the file path is too long to copy to the destination because we run off code from the 1970s and it's limited to 256 byte length overall for the file path, so we can't copy your folder. And they don't tell you like which folder it's in, they just tell you like a folder. You don't know which folder that holds it, where to find that folder. They're just like, do you not want to send this? Yes or no. It's the most annoying thing ever.
Callback fin is false. Throw a type error exception. If this arg was supplied, let t be this arg, else let t be undefined. Let a be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let 0, let ob 0. Repeat. While k, len a let pk be to string k, b let k present be the result of calling the internal method of a with argument pk. See if k present is true, then I let k value be the result of calling the 2. Let selected be the result of calling the internal method of callback with t as the this value and argument list containing k value, k, and o. 3. If to boolean, select.
I'm gonna move the folders one by one. If I move them all at once, I'd probably make a bug. Oh, it kinda got laggy.
By 1, d increase k by 1, 0. Return a. The length property of the filter method is 1. Note the filter function is intentionally.
Okay, so whatever my last backup was, that one didn't work.
Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. Whether the filter function can be applied successfully to a host object is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 2, 1 array prototype reduce. Callback from initial value. Callback from should be a function that takes 4 arguments. Reduce calls the callback as a function once for each element present in the array in ascending order. Callback from is called with 4 arguments. The previous value or value from the previous called callback from, the current value, value of the current element, the current int x, and the object being traversed. The first time that callback is.
So I deleted the last one. I have to put in this one now. The new backup. So I'm gonna back up what I have right now to have like a backup. And I have the backup that I'm running right now from here. So I'll keep this one too. Because who knows what works and what doesn't. It literally just compiles and builds when it wants or doesn't.
B. The object may be mutated by the calls to callback from the range of.
So I just clicked build. So I'm gonna back up whatever stuff is on the C drive to here. And I'm gonna like rename stuff to not use super, what is it?
And reduce visits them elements that.
A superset, whatever it's called, when it's raised, the letter T, whatever.
2 arguments.
And I'm sure I'll have other issues. I'm pretty sure that this won't fix anything, but I can try and have a backup.
Let len be 32, len value, if is callable. Callback from is false. Throw a type error exception. If len is 0 and initial value is not present, throw a type error exception. 0 if initial value is present, then a set accumulator to initial value 8. Else, initial value is not present. ECMA International 2009 137. A let k present be false. Be repeat. While
And it's saving. It's really slow.
the string k2. Let k present be the result of calling the internal method of o with argument pk3. If k present is true, then let accumulator be the result of calling the I've. Increase k by 1. See if k present is false. Throw a type error exception. Repeat. While k.
So I have a backup of what I just ran, and I have a backup before this.
Internal method of o with.
So I'm like backed up. I'm pretty sure that something will work as backup when something breaks, because it always does.
Of callback from with.
When you have more than 25 files in a project, the compiler doesn't compile.
K by 1. 0.
It just causes a bunch of bugs and shit.
Its method is 1. Note the reduce function is intentionally generic. It does not require that its this value be an array object. Therefore it
So open Sublime. I hope it didn't lose my Windows.
is implementation dependent. 5, 4, 4, 2 2 array prototype reduce right. Callback from initial value. Callback from should be a function that takes 4 arguments. Reduce right calls the callback as a function once for each element present in the array in descending order. Callback from is called with 4 arguments. The previous value or value from the previous called callback from the current value, value of the current element, the current int x, and the object being traversed. The first time the function is called, the previous value.
It's like 356, I don't know. I'm gonna like open up the windows that like pixelate the screen and have like the old monitor, like a backdrop, whatever. I'll open up those, and I'm gonna come up with a new name, whatever. I think I'm just gonna put a normal T.
On which it is called, but the object may be mutated.
So now when I like find and replace, there's a really high chance that I'm gonna break something because it's just a normal T, and the letter T exists a lot in a file. So I'm probably gonna end up with a bug later where I try to find and replace and it won't work because I couldn't use the superset T,
That are deleted after the call to filter begin.
which pisses me off. But I don't have time to go file by file and have it crash on me and fucking fuck up the files in the project.
This value
This program is shit.
result of calling the let len be 32 len value if is callable. Callback fin is false. Throw a type error exception if len is 0 and initial value is not present. Throw a type error.
So now I'm like, I can't use the defines. I can't define the defines to the defines that I have because these defines have that this T in it, whatever, in the other file for the other project.
Let k present
I don't even know how I'm gonna merge them. I'm gonna have to fucking rename the whole other project to new fucking names.
to be the result of calling the
It's fucking stupid.
1. See if k present is false.
So I'm gonna put like a normal T instead. I'm gonna check. I hope nothing is already named this. I have a feeling that this won't work, that the compiler's still gonna bitch. It has nothing to do with it being a T, and it probably has something to do with the file and the encoding, and maybe the line ending, because sometimes it's like, this isn't a Unix type line ending or a Windows type line ending, where like they bitch, where they're like, every file needs to end with a new line, and then Apple's like, oh, it's a new line, carriage return to carriage return. It's something like that. I don't even know. That's probably not even accurate, but it's something along those lines. It's the stupidest fucking shit. And then the compiler, Windows will like, I don't know. It treats the whole file different. This is so fucking annoying. Not even the text files are fucking standardized. And when they are, Windows will intentionally create bugs or cause things to happen that you don't want to cause a side effect. So you're like, oh, I might as well follow this standard. Nobody has time to change a fucking line endings on a fucking file. And this is even more annoying. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It's fucking character encoding.
Return false when the
So, I'm gonna stop talking. And nothing's gonna work. I'll try though. Stuff's pissing me off.
The result will never be undefined or unaccess a descriptor because array objects are created with a length data property that cannot be deleted or reconfigured. Let old len be old len desk. If pies.
So whatever this is, I'm gonna like replace T. Search if it doesn't exist. That it doesn't, and then I'll use it. If it does exist, I have to come up with a whole new name and search for that. And try to come up with a name that won't collide with other names. Because that always happens. And it messes stuff up. After that, I'm gonna try to fucking get some of this stuff replaced. Out of the 30,000 fucking matches that I've been trying to do all day. I literally can't get like any way to make this easier. This is as complicated as it could fucking be. Fuck.
9. Else, I need to defer setting the attribute to false in case any elements cannot be deleted. 2. Let new writable be false. 3. Set new len desk. J let succeeded be the result of calling the default internal method. 8. 1 2 9. On a passing length. New len desk. And throw as arguments. K if succeeded is false. Return false. L1 new len. Old len repeat. I set old len to old len 1 2. Let cannot delete be the result of calling the internal method of a passing to string, old len, and false as arguments. 3. If cannot delete is true, then set new len desc. If new writable is false, set new len desc. Call the default internal method 812.9 on a passing length new len desc and false as arguments. Reject. And if new writable is false, then I call the default internal method 812.9 on a passing length property descriptor false and false as arguments. This call will always return true and return true. Else if p is an array index 15.4, then a let index between 32. P be reject if index old len and old len desc is false. C let succeeded be the result of calling the default. Define own property internal method 812.9 on a passing p desc and false as arguments. D reject if succeeded is false. E if index old len, I set old len desc to index +1 2. Call the default internal method 812.9 on a passing length old len desc and false as arguments. This call will always return true. F return true. Return the result of calling the default internal method 812.9 on a passing p desc and throw as arguments 5, 4, 5, 2 length. The length property of this array object is a data property whose value is always numerically greater than the name of every deletable property whose name is an array index. The length property initially has the attributes true, false, false. Note attempting to set the length property of an array object to a value that is numerically less than or equal to the largest numeric property name of an existing array index non-deletable property of the array will result in the length being set to a numeric value that is 1 greater than that largest numeric property name. C1 5, 4, 5, 1, 5.5 string objects 5, 5, 1. The string constructor called as a function. When string is called as a function rather than as a constructor, it performs a type conversion 1 5, 5, 1. 1 string value returns a string value, not a string object, computed by toString value. If value is not supplied, the empty string is returned. 40. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 1 5, 5. To the string constructor. When string is called as part of a new expression, it is a constructor. It initializes the newly created object 1 5, 5, 2. 1 new string value. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to the standard built-in string prototype object that is the initial value of string prototype 1 5, 5, 3, 1. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to string. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to true. The internal property of the newly constructed object is set to toString value or to the empty string if value is not supplied. 5, 5, 3 properties of the string constructor. The value of the internal property of the string constructor is the standard built-in function prototype object 1 5, 3, 4. Besides the internal properties in the length property, whose value is 1, the string constructor has the following properties 5, 5, 3, 1 string prototype. The initial value of string prototype is the standard built-in string prototype object 1 5, 5, 4. This property has the attributes false, false, false. 5, 5, 3, 2 string from char code. Char 0, char 1 returns a string value containing as many characters as the number of arguments. Each argument specifies one character of the resulting string, with the first argument specifying the first character, and so on, from left to right. An argument is converted to a character by applying the operation tune 16, 9.7, and regarding the resulting 16-bit integer as the code unit value of a character. If no arguments are supplied, the result is the empty string. The length property of the fromCharCode function is 1, 5, 5, 4 properties of the string prototype object. The string prototype object is itself a string object. It's a string, whose value is an empty string. The value of the internal property of the string prototype object is the standard built-in object. Prototype object 1 5, 2, 4, 5, 5, 4, 1 string prototype constructor. The initial value of string prototype constructor is the built-in string constructor 15542 string prototype to string returns this string value. Note that for a string object, the toString method happens to return the same thing as the value of method. ECMA International 2009 141. The toString function is not generic. It throws a type error exception if this value is not a string or a string object. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5543 string prototype value of returns this string value. The value of function is not generic. It throws a type error exception if this value is not a string or string object. Therefore, it cannot be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5544 string prototype chart pose returns a string containing the character at position pose in the string resulting from converting this object to a string. If there is no character at that position, the result is the empty string. The result is a string value, not a string object. If pose is a value of number type that is an integer, then the result of x chart pose is equal to the result of x substring pose plus 1. When the chart method is called with one argument pose, the following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it this value as its argument. Let position be to integer. Pose. Let size be the number of characters in s. If position 0 or position size, return the empty string. Return a string of length 1, containing one character from s, namely the character at position, where the first, leftmost, character in s is considered to be at position 0, the next one at position 1, and so on. Note the chart function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5545 string prototype charcoded pose returns a number, a non-negative integer less than 216, representing the code unit value of the character at position pose in the string resulting from converting this object to a string. If there is no character at that position, the result is none. When the charcoded method is called with one argument pose, the following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it this value as its argument. Let position be to integer. Pose. Let size be the number of characters in s. If position 0 or position size, return none. Return a value of number type, whose value is the code unit value of the character at position in the string s, where the first, leftmost, character in s is considered to be at position 0, the next one at position 1, and so on. Note the charcoded function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5546 string prototype concat string 1, string 2. When the concat method is called with 0 or more arguments string 1, string 2, etc., it returns a string consisting of the characters of this object, converted to a string, followed by the characters of each of string 1, string 2, etc., where each argument is converted to a string. The result is a string value, not a string object. The following steps are taken. 42. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. 1. Call check object coercible passing this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it this value as its argument. Let args be an internal list that is a copy of the argument list passed to this function. Let r be each. Repeat. While args is not empty, a remove the first element from args and let next be the value of that element. B let r be the string value consisting of the characters in the previous value of r followed by the characters of toString. Next, return r. The length property of the concat method is 1. Note the concat function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5547 string prototype index of search string position. If search string appears as a substring of the result of converting this object to a string at one or more positions that are greater than or equal to position, then the index of the smallest such position is returned. Otherwise, 1 is returned. If position is undefined, 0 is assumed. So as to search all of the string, the index of method takes 2 arguments, search string and position, and performs the following steps. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. Let search str be to string, search string. Let pose be to integer, position. If position is undefined, this step produces the value 0. Let len be the number of characters in s. Let start be min, max, pose, 0, len. Let search len be the number of characters in search str. Return n the smallest possible integer k not smaller than start such that k plus search len is not greater than len. And for all non-negative integers j less than search len, the character at position k plus j of s is the same as the character at position j of search str. But if there is no such integer k, then return the value -1. The length property of the index of method is 1. Note the index of function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 8 string prototype last index of search string, position. If search string appears as a substring of the result of converting this object to a string at one or more positions that are smaller than or equal to position, then the index of the greatest such position is returned. Otherwise, 1 is returned. If position is undefined, the length of the string value is assumed. So as to search all of the string, the last index of method takes 2 arguments, search string and position, and performs the following steps. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. Let search str be to string, search string. Let num pose be to number, position. If position is undefined, this step produces the value none. If num pose is none, let pose be plus. Otherwise, let pose be to integer, numpose. Let len be the number of characters in s. Let start min, max, pose, 0, len. Let search len be the number of characters in search str. ECMA International 2009 143. 9. Return the largest possible non-negative integer k not larger than start such that k plus search len is not greater than len, and for all non-negative integers j less than search len. The character at position k plus j of s is the same as the character at position j of search str. But if there is no such integer k, then return the value -1. The length property of the last index of method is 1. Note the last index of function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 9 string prototype locale compare. That, when the locale compare method is called with one argument that, it returns a number other than none that represents the result of a locale sensitive string comparison of this value, converted to a string, with that, converted to a string. The two strings are s and that. The two strings are compared in an implementation-defined fashion. The result is intended to order string values in the sort order specified by the system default locale, and will be negative, 0, or positive, depending on whether s comes before that in the sort order. The strings are equal, or s comes after that in the sort order, respectively. Before perform the comparisons, the following steps are performed to prepare the strings. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. Let that be to string, that, the locale compare method, if considered as a function of 2 arguments this and that, is a consistent comparison function, as defined in 1.5.4.4.1.1, on the set of all strings. Furthermore, locale compare returns 0 or -0 when comparing two strings that are considered canonically equivalent by the Unicode standard. The actual return values are implementation defined to permit implementers to encode additional information in the value. But the function is required to define a total ordering on all strings and to return 0 when comparing strings that are considered canonically equivalent by the Unicode standard. If no language-sensitive comparison at all is available from the host environment, This function may perform a bitwise comparison. Note 1. The locale compare method itself is not directly suitable as an argument to array prototype sort because the latter requires a function of 2 arguments. Note 2. This function is intended to rely on whatever language-sensitive comparison functionality is available to the ECMAScript environment from the host environment, and to compare according to the rules of the host environment's current locale. It is strongly recommended that this function treats strings that are canonically equivalent according to the Unicode standard as identical. In other words, compare the strings as if they had both been converted to normalized form C or D first. It is also recommended that this function not honor Unicode compatibility equivalences or decompositions. Note 3. The second parameter to this function is likely to be used in a future version of this standard. It is recommended that implementations do not use this parameter position for anything else. Note 4. The locale compare function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 1, 0 string prototype match. Rejects. When the match method is called with argument rejects, the following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. If type rejects is object and the value of the internal property of rejects is regexp, then let rx be rejects. 44. Copyright sign ECMA International 2009. 4. Else. Let Rx be a new regexp object created as if by the expression new regexp, rejects, where regexp is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let global be the result of calling the. Let exec be the standard built-in function regexp prototype exec, C15, 10, 6, 2. If global is not true, then a return the result of calling the internal method of exec with rx as the this value and argument list containing s. Else global is true. A b c d e f call the. Let a be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let previous last index be 0. Let 0. Let last match be true. Repeat. While last match is true, I let result be the result of calling the internal method of exec with rx as the this value and argument list containing s. 2. If result is null, then set last match to false. 3. Else result is not null. Let this index be the result of calling the. If this index equals previous last index, then a call the this index plus 1 be set previous last index to this index plus 1. Else set previous last index to this index. Let match str be the result of calling the argument 0. Call the internal method of a with arguments to string n, the property descriptor. Match str true, 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 and false. Increment n. If n equals 0, then return null. Return a gh. The match function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, note, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 1 string prototype replace. Search value, replace value. First set string according to the following steps. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let string be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. If search value is a regular expression, an object whose internal property is regexp, do the following. If search value global is false, then search string for the first match of the regular expression search value. If search value global is true, then search string for all matches of the regular expression search value. Do the search in the same manner as in string prototype match, including the update of search value last index. Let n be the number of left capturing parentheses in search value, using capturing parens as specified in 15, 10, 2, 1. If search value is not a regular expression, let search string be to string, search value, and search string for the first occurrence of search string. Let m be 0. If replace value is a function, then for each matched substring, call the function with the following m plus 3 arguments. Argument 1 is the substring that matched. If search value is a regular expression, the next m arguments are all of the captures in the match result. C15, 10, 2, 1. Argument m plus 2 is the offset within string where the match occurred. and argument n plus 3 is string. The result is a string value derived from the original ECMA International 2009-145 input by replacing each matched substring with the core responding return value of the function call, converted to a string if need be. Otherwise, let new string denote the result of converting replace value to a string. The result is a string value derived from the original input string by replacing each matched substring with a string derived from new string by replacing characters in new string by replacement text as specified in table 22. These $ replacements are done left to right, and, once such a replacement is performed, the new replacement text is not subject to further replacements. For example, $1, $2 replace, comma $, $D, G, $1, $2, returns $1 to $11, $1 to $22. A $sign in new string that does not match any of the forms below is left as is. Characters $, and $, $n, table 22. Replacement text symbol substitutions. Replacement text. The matched substring. The portion of string that precedes the matched substring. The portion of string that follows the matched substring. The nth capture, where n is a single digit in the range 1 to 9 and $n is not followed by a decimal digit. If n m in the nth capture is undefined, use the empty string instead. If n, m, the result is implementation defined. The nth capture, where n is a two-digit decimal number in the range of 0, 1 to 99. If n m in the nth capture is undefined, use the empty string instead. If n m, the result is implementation defined. Note the replace function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 1, 2 string prototype search. Rejects. When the search method is called with argument rejects, the following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let string be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. If type rejects is object and the value of the internal property of rejects is regexp, then let rx be rejects, else let rx be a new regexp object created as if by the expression new regexp, rejects, where regexp is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Search the value string from its beginning for an occurrence of the regular expression pattern rx. Let result be a number indicating the offset within string where the pattern matched, or -1 if there was no match. The last index and global properties of rejects are ignored when performing the search. The last index property of rejects is left unchanged. Return result. Note the search function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 4, 1, 3 string prototype slice, start, end. The slice method takes two arguments, start and end, and returns a substring of the result of converting this object to a string, starting from character position start and running to, but not including, character position end, or thr, at the end of the string if end is undefined. If start is negative, it is treated as source length plus start where source length is the length of the string. If end is negative, it is treated as source length plus end where source length is the length of the string. The result is a string value, not a string object. The following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing to this value as its argument. Let s be the result of calling to string, giving it to this value as its argument. 46. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 3. Let len be the number of characters in s. Let int start be integer, start. If end is undefined, let int end be len, else let int end be integer, end. If int start is negative, let from be max, len plus int start, 0, else let from be min, int start, len. If int end is negative, let to be max, len plus int end, 0, else let to be min, int end, len. Let span be max, to, from, 0, return a string containing span consecutive characters from s beginning with the character at position from. The length property of the slice method is 2. Note the slice function is intentionally generic. It does not require that this value be a string object. Therefore, it can be transferred to other kinds of objects for use as a method. 5, 5, 4, 1 4-string prototype split, separator, limit, returns an array object into which substrings of the result of converting this object to a string have been stored. The substrings are determined by searching from left to right for occurrences of separator. These occurrences are not part of any substring in the returned array, but serve to divide up the string value. The value of separator may be a string of any length, or it may be a regexp object. That is, an object whose internal property is regexp. See 15.10. The value of separator may be an empty string, an empty regular expression, or a regular expression that can match an empty string. In this case, separator does not match the empty substring at the beginning or end of the input string, nor does it match the empty substring at the end of the previous separator match. For example, if separator is the empty string, the string is split up into individual characters. The length of the result array equals the length of the string, and each substring contains one character. If separator is a regular expression, only the first match at a given position of this string is considered, even if backtracking could yield a non-empty substring match at that position. For example, abdart_split, a question mark evaluates to the array A, B, while abdart_split evaluates to the array B if this object is, or converts to, the empty string. The result depends on whether separator can match the empty string. If it can, the result array contains no elements. Otherwise, the result array contains one element, which is the empty string. If separator is a regular expression that contains capturing parentheses, then each time separator is matched, the results, including any undefined results, of the capturing parentheses are spliced into the output array. For example, A, B, bold, B, and coded, code.split, comma plus evaluates to the array A, undefined, B, bold, comma B, and undefined coded, comma code. If separator is undefined, then the result array contains just one string, which is this value, converted to a string. If limit is not undefined, then the output array is truncated so that it contains no more than limit elements. When the split method is called, the following steps are taken. Call check object coercible passing this value as its argument. Let S be the result of calling to string, giving it this value as its argument. Let A be a new array created as if by the expression new array, where array is the standard built-in constructor with that name. Let length be 0. If limit is undefined, let lim equals 232-1, else let lim equals 232. Limit. Let S be the number of characters in S. Lem equals 0. If separator is a regexp object, it says regexp. Let R equals separator. Otherwise let R equals to string. Separator. ECMA International 2009 147 9. If lim equals 0, return A 0. If separator is undefined, then A call the internal method of A with arguments 0, property descriptor S, true, 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 and false. B return A 1. If C equals 0, then A call split match R, S, 0, and let Z be its match result. B if Z is not failure, return A. C call the internal method of A with arguments 0, property descriptor S, true, 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 and false. D return A.
finally, stupid thing. I finally renamed all the type things. I have like two types, whatever. One for like the register size, the other for the address size. I had to make a new type that doesn't have this character in it because the compiler isn't building correctly for one of the projects, and I don't know why. It's not worth bothering spending any more time to figure out. It's water. So this is like a big confusing mess, whatever. But at the bottom here, everything ends up being defined to the same thing, both different names. And it'll work for the other project and this project. And if I change it anywhere, the whole thing will be updated because everything's like tied together. So nothing will get messed up ever. So now I have these types instead of these types. It's water. That took way too much work. But now I'm really fucking hoping that the compiler will build. I'm hoping that when I check if this thing is defined, that it will be defined. Because I defined it all the way up the tree without using this T. And then all the things that do use a T, they're defined. They're like piggybacking off of these defines. So this way, this project will use these defines. The other project will use these defines. And I know that they're all defined the same thing. So I should, hypothetically, have 0 issues. But I'm sure the compiler is going to give me an issue because that's how the compiler works. It's really frustrating. So I'm gonna like get some water. I ran it. It builds. I need to save it back up. If it throws error, it says it's not defined. I'm not using this little t. I literally worked around it. I defined things separate, and all the little t things, whatever, I define them off of these defines that don't have the small t, superscript, whatever it's called t. If this doesn't build, I'm gonna be like extremely pissed because I gotta look into the fucking compiler and mess with the internal settings. And that's just gonna break more stuff because you change one thing, 10 things break. It's just ridiculous. This is the modern compiler in the year 2025. Like technology has come such a long ways from the 1970s. Oh no, it hasn't. So I'm gonna get some water. I'm so annoyed. This stuff is shit.
However, there is an additional overriding condition on the preceding rules. A semicolon is never inserted automatically if the semicolon would then be passed as an empty statement, or if that semicolon would become one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement C1, 2, 6, 3. Note, the following are the only restricted productions in the grammar. Postfix expression, left-hand side expression, no line terminator here, plus left-hand side expression, no line terminator here. Continue statement, continue, no line terminator here, identify rot. Break statement, break, no line terminator here, identify rot. Return statement, return, no line terminator here, expression ought. Throw statement, throw, no line terminator here, expression. The practical effect of these restricted productions is as follows. When a or token is encountered where the parser would treat it as a postfix operator, and at least one line terminator occurred between the preceding token and the or token, then a semicolon is automatically inserted before the or token. When a continue, break, return, or throw token is encountered and a line terminator is encountered before the next token, a semicolon is automatically inserted after the continue, break, return, or throw token. The resulting practical advice to ECMAScript programmers is, a postfix or operator should appear on the same line as its operand. An expression in a return or throw statement should start on the same line as the return or throw token. The identifier in a break or continue statement should be on the same line as the break or continue token. 6. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 7. 9. 2 examples of automatic semicolon insertion. The source, 12. 3, is not a valid sentence in the ECMAScript grammar, even with the automatic semicolon insertion rules. In contrast, the source, 1, 2, 3, is also not a valid ECMAScript sentence, but is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, 1, 2, 3, which is a valid ECMAScript sentence. The source, 4, A, B, is not a valid ECMAScript sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion because the semicolon is needed for the header of a for statement. Automatic semicolon insertion never inserts one of the two semicolons in the header of a for statement. The source is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, return, a +b. Note the expression a +b is not treated as a value to be returned by the return statement, because a line terminator separates it from the token return. The source is transformed by automatic semicolon insertion into the following, a equals b. ++c. Note the token ++ is not treated as a postfix operator applying to the variable b, because a line terminator occurs between b and ++. The source, if a b else c equals d, is not a valid ECMAScript sentence and is not altered by automatic semicolon insertion before the else token, even though no production no. F the grammar applies at that point, because an automatically inserted semicolon would then be passed as an empty statement. The source, a equals b + c d + e print, is not transformed by automatic semicolon insertion, because the parenthesized expression that begins the second line can be interpreted as an argument list for a function call, a equals b + c d + e print, return a +b, a equals b ++ c. ECMA International 2009-27. In the circumstance that an assignment statement must begin with a left parenthesis, it is a good idea for the programmer to provide an explicit semicolon at the end of the preceding statement rather than to rely on automatic semicolon insertion. Types. Algorithms within this specification manipulate values, each of which has an associated type. The possible value types are exactly those defined in this clause. Types are further subclassified into ECMAScript language types and specification types. An ECMAScript language type corresponds to values that are directly manipulated by an ECMAScript programmer using the ECMAScript language. The ECMAScript language types are undefined, null, boolean, string, number, and object. A specification type corresponds to meta values that are used within algorithms to describe the semantics of ECMAScript language constructs and ECMAScript language types. The specification types are reference, list, completion, property descriptor, property identifier, lexical environment, and environment record. Specification type values are specification artifacts that do not necessarily correspond to any specific entity within an ECMAScript implementation. Specification type values may be used to describe intermediate results of ECMAScript expression evaluation, but such values cannot be stored as properties of objects or values of ECMAScript language variables. Within this specification, the notation type X is used as shorthand for the type of X, where type refers to the ECMAScript language and specification types defined in this clause. Point 1. The undefined type. The undefined type has exactly one value, called undefined. Any variable that has not been assigned a value has the value undefined. 8.2. The null type. The null type has exactly one value, called null. 8.3. The Boolean type. The Boolean type represents a logical entity having two values, called true and false. 8.4. The string type. The string type is the set of all finite ordered sequences of 0 or more 16-bit unsigned integer values, elements. The string type is generally used to represent textual data in a running ECMAScript program, in which case each element in the string is treated as a code unit value. See clause 6. Each element is regarded as occupying a position within the sequence. These positions are indexed with non-negative integers. The first element, if any, is at position 0, the next element, if any, at position 1, and so on. The length of a string is the number of elements, that is, 16-bit values within it. The empty string has length 0 and therefore contains no elements. When a string contains actual textual data, each element is considered to be a single UTF-16 code unit. Whether or not this is the actual storage format of a string, the characters within a string are numbered by their initial code unit element position as though they were represented using UTF-16. All operations on strings, except as otherwise stated, treat them as sequences of undifferentiated 16-bit unsigned integers. They do not ensure the resulting string is in normalized form, nor do they ensure language-sensitive results. Note the rationale behind this design was to keep the implementation of strings as simple and high-performing as possible. The intent is that textual data coming into the execution environment from outside, for example, user input, text read from a file or received over the network, etc., be converted to Unicode normalized form. C before the running program. 8. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009 sees it. Usually this would occur at the same time incoming text is converted from its original character encoding to Unicode, and would impose no additional overhead. Since it is recommended that ECMAScript source code be in normalized form C, string literals are guaranteed to be normalized, if source text is guaranteed to be normalized, as long as they do not contain any Unicode escape sequences. Point 5. The number type. There are two other special values, called positive infinity and negative infinity. For brevity, these values are also referred to for expository purposes by the symbols plus and, respectively. Note that these two infinite number values are produced by the program expressions plus infinity, or simply infinity and infinity. Note that there is both a positive 0 and a negative 0. For brevity, these values are also referred to for expository purposes by the symbols plus 0 and 0, respectively. Note that these two different 0 number values are produced by the program expressions plus 0, or simply 0, and minus 0. The 184377368744454810622. That SM2E, where S is plus 1 or 1, M is a positive integer less than 253 but not less than 252, and E is an integer ranging from 1074 to 971, inclusive. The remaining 9007199254740990, that is, 253 values are denormalized, having the form SM2E, where S is plus 1 or 1, M is a positive integer less than 252, and E is 1074. Note that all the positive and negative integers whose magnitude is no greater than 253 are representable in the number type. Indeed, the integer 0 has two representations, plus 0 and minus 0. A finite number has an odd significand if it is non-zero and the integer m used to express it, in one of the two forms shown above, is odd. Otherwise, it has an even significand. In this specification, The phrase the number value for x, where x represents an exact non-zero real mathematical quantity which might even be an irrational number such as b, means a number value chosen in the following manner. Consider the set of all finite values of the number type, with 0 removed and with 2 additional values added to it that are not representable in the number type, namely 21,024, which is plus 1 times 253 2,971, and 21,024, which is 1 times 253 2,971. Choose the member of this set that is closest in value to x if 2 values of the set are equally close. Then the one with an even significand is chosen, for this purpose. The 2 extra values 21,024 and 21,024 are considered to have even significance. Finally, if 21,024 is chosen, replace it with plus. If 21,024 is chosen, replace it with. If plus 0 was chosen, replace it with 0 if and only if x is less than 0. Any other chosen value is used unchanged. The result is the number value for x. This procedure corresponds exactly to the behavior of the IEE 754 round to nearest mode. ECMA International 2009-29. Some ECMAScript operators deal only with integers in the range 231 through 231 inclusive, or in the range 0 through 232 inclusive. These operators accept any value of the number type but first convert each such value to one of 232 integer values. See the descriptions of the int32 and int32 operators in 9.5 and 9.6, respectively. Point 6. The object type. An object is a collection of properties. Each property is either a named data property, a named accessor property, or an internal property. A named data property associates a name with an ECMAScript language value and a set of Boolean attributes. A named accessor property associates a name with 1 or 2 accessor functions and a set of Boolean attributes. The accessor functions are used to store or retrieve an ECMAScript language value that is associated with the property. An internal property has no name and is not directly accessible via ECMAScript language operators. Internal properties exist purely for specification purposes. There are 2 kinds of access for named, non-internal properties, get and put, corresponding to retrieval and assignment, respectively. 6.1 Property attributes. Attributes are used in this specification to define and explain the state of named properties. A named data property associates a name with the attributes listed in Table 5. Value. Configurable. Any ECMAScript language type Boolean. Boolean. The value retrieved by reading the property. If false, attempts by ECMAScript code to change the property's attribute using. If false, attempts to delete the property, change the property to be an accessor property, or change its attributes, other than, will fail. Table 5. Attributes of a named data property. Attribute name. Value domain. Description. A named accessor property associates a name with the attributes listed in Table 6. 0. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. Boolean. If true, the property is to be enumerated by a for an enumeration. C1 2, 6, 4. Otherwise, the property is said to be non-enumerable. If false, attempts to delete the property, change the property to be a data property, or change its attributes will fail. Table 6. Attributes of a named accessor property. Attribute name. Value domain. Description. Object or undefined. If the value is an object, it must be a function object. The function's internal method, 8, 6, 2, is called with an empty arguments list to return the property value each time a get access of the property is performed. Object or undefined. If the value is an object, it must be a function object. The function's internal method, 8, 6, 2, is called with an arguments list containing the assigned value as its sole argument each time a set access of the property is performed. The effect of a property's internal method. If the value of an attribute is not explicitly specified by this specification for a named property, the default value defined in Table 7 is used. Table 7. Default attribute values. Attribute name. Default value. Undefined. Set. 6.2 Object internal properties and methods. Undefined. False. This specification uses various internal properties to define the semantics of object values. These internal properties are not part of the ECMAScript language. They are defined by the specification purely for expository purposes. An implementation of ECMAScript must behave as if it produced and operated upon internal properties in the manner described here. The names of internal properties are enclosed in double square brackets. When an algorithm uses an internal property of an object and the object does not implement the indicated internal property, a type error exception is thrown. The Table 8 summarizes the internal properties used by this specification that are applicable to all ECMAScript objects. The Table 9 summarizes the internal properties used by this specification that are only applicable to some ECMAScript objects. The descriptions in these tables indicates their behavior for native ECMAScript objects, unless stated otherwise in this document for particular kinds of native ECMAScript objects. Host objects may support these internal properties with any implementation-dependent behavior as long as it is consistent with the specific host object restrictions stated in this document. The value type domain columns of the following tables define the types of values associated with internal properties. The type names refer to the types defined in Clause 8 augmented by the following additional names. Any means the value may be any ECMAScript language type. Primitive means undefined, null, boolean, string, or number. Spec-op means the internal property is an internal method, an implementation provided procedure defined by an abstract operation specification. Spec-op is followed by a list of descriptive ECMA International 2009-31 parameter names. If a parameter name is the same as a type name, then the name describes the type of the parameter. If a spec-op returns a value, its parameter list is followed by the symbol and the type of the returned value. Internal property, prototype, extensible, get property, put, can put, has property, delete, default value, value type domain, object or null string, boolean, spec-op, property name, any, spec-op, property name, undefined or property descriptor, spec-op, property name, undefined or property descriptor, spec-op, property name, any, boolean, spec-op, property name, boolean, spec-op, property name, boolean, spec-op, property name, boolean, boolean, spec-op, hint, primitive spec-op, property name, property descriptor, boolean, boolean, description. The prototype of this object, a string value indicating a specification-defined classification of objects. If true, own properties may be added to the object. Returns the value of the named property. Returns the property descriptor of the named own property of this object, or undefined if absent. Returns the fully populated property descriptor of the named property of this object, or undefined if absent. Sets the specified named property to the value of the second parameter. The flag controls failure handling. Returns a Boolean value indicating whether returns a Boolean value indicating whether the object already has a property with the given name. Removes the specified named own property from the object. The flag controls failure handling. Hint is a string. Returns a default value for the object. Creates or alters the named own property to have the state described by a property descriptor. The flag controls failure handling. Table 8. Internal properties common to all objects. Every object, including host objects, must implement all of the internal properties listed in Table 8. However, the internal method may, for some objects, simply throw a type error exception. All objects have an internal property called. The value of this property is either null or an object and is used for implementing inheritance. Whether or not a native object can have a host object as it depends on the implementation. Every chain must have finite length, that is, starting from any object, recursively accessing the internal property must eventually lead to a null value. Named data properties of the object are inherited, are visible as properties of the child object, for the purposes of get access, but not for put access. Named accessor properties are inherited for both get access and put access. Every ECMAScript object has a Boolean valued internal property that controls whether or not named properties may be added to the object. If the value of the internal property is false, then additional named properties may not be added to the object. In addition, if is false, the value of the internal properties of the object may not be modified. Once the value of an internal property has been set to false, it may not be subsequently changed to true. Note this specification defines no ECMAScript language operators or built-in functions that permit a program to modify an object's or internal properties or to change the value of from false to true. 2. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. Implementation-specific extensions that modify or must not violate the invariance defined in the preceding paragraph. The value of the internal property is defined by the specification for every kind of built-in object. The value of the internal property of a host object may be any string value except one of arguments: array, boolean, date, error, function, JSON, math, number, object, regexp, and string. The value of an internal property is used internally to distinguish different kinds of objects. Note that this specification does not provide any means for a program to access that value except through object prototype to string C15.2.4.2, unless otherwise specified. The common internal methods of native ECMAScript objects behave as described in 8.12. Array objects have a slightly different implementation of the internal method C15.4.5.1, and string objects have a slightly different implementation of the internal method C15.5.5.2. Arguments objects 10.6 have different implementations of, and function objects 15.3 have a different implementation of. Host objects may implement these internal methods in any manner unless specified otherwise. For example, one possibility is that for a particular host object indeed fetch and store property values but always generates false. However, if any specified manipulation of a host object's internal properties is not supported by an implementation, that manipulation must throw a type error exception when attempted. The internal method of a host object must conform to the following invariants for each property of the host object. If a property is described as a data property and it may return different values over time, then either or both of the and. If a property is described as a data property and its and are both false, then the same value, according to 9.12, must be returned for the attribute of the property on all calls to. If the attributes other than may change over time or if the property might disappear, then the attribute must be true. If the attribute may change from false to true, then the attribute must be true. If the value of the host object's internal property has been observed by ECMAScript code to be false, then if a call to describes a property as non-existent, all subsequent calls must also describe that property as non-existent. The internal method of a host object must not permit the addition of a new property to a host object if the internal property of that host object has been observed by ECMAScript code to be false. If the internal property of that host object has been observed by ECMAScript code to be false, then it must not subsequently become true. ECMA International 2009-33. Internal property value type description domain. Primitive internal state information associated with this object. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only Boolean, date, number, and string objects implement. Table 9, internal properties only defined for some objects. SpecOp, a list of any object, creates an object, invoked via the new operator. The arguments to the SpecOp, the arguments passed to the new operator. Objects that implement this internal method are called constructors. SpecOp, any, a list of any or reference, executes code associated with the object, invoked via a function call expression. The arguments to the SpecOp are this object and a list containing the arguments passed to the function call expression. Objects that implement this internal method are callable. Only callable objects that are host objects may return reference values. SpecOp, any, Boolean, returns a Boolean value indicating whether the argument is likely an object that was constructed by this object. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only function objects implement. Lexical environment, a lexical environment that defines the environment in which a function object is executed. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only function objects implement. List of strings, a possibly empty list containing the identifier strings of a function's formal parameter list. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only function objects implement. ECMAScript code, the ECMAScript code of a function. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only function objects implement. Object, the target function of a function object created using the standard built-in function prototype bind method. Only ECMAScript objects created using function prototype bind have an internal property, any, the pre-bound this value of a function object created using the standard built-in function prototype bind method. Only ECMAScript objects created using function prototype bind have an internal property. List of any. The pre-bound argument values of a function object created using the standard built-in function prototype bind method. Only ECMAScript objects created using function prototype bind have an internal property. Spec op. String. Int x. Match result. Tests for a regular expression match and returns a match result value. C151021. Of the standard built-in ECMAScript objects, only regexp objects implement. Object provides a mapping between the properties of an arguments object, C10.6, and the formal parameters of the associated function. Only ECMAScript objects that are arguments objects have an internal property. 8.7 The reference specification type. The reference type is used to explain the behavior of such operators as delete, type off, and the assignment operators. For example, the left-hand operand of an assignment is expected to produce a 4 copyright sign, ECMA International 2009 reference. The behavior of assignment could, instead, be explained entirely in terms of a case analysis on the syntactic form of the left-hand operand of an assignment operator, but for one difficulty, function cal ls are permitted to return references. This possibility is admitted purely for the sake of host objects. No built-in ECMAScript function defined by this specification returns a reference, and there is no provision for a user-defined function to return a reference. Another reason not to use a syntactic case analysis is that it would be lengthy and awkward, affecting many parts of the specification. A reference is a resolved name binding. A reference consists of three components: the base value, the reference name, and the Boolean valued strict reference flag. The base value is either undefined, an object, a Boolean, a string, a number, or an environment record. 1 0 2 1. A base value of undefined indicates that the reference could not be resolved to a binding. The reference name is a string. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to access the components of references. GetBase v returns the base value component of the reference v. GetReferenceName v returns the reference name component of the reference v. Is strict reference v returns the strict reference component of the reference v. Has primitive base v returns true if the base value is a Boolean, string, or number. Is property reference v returns true if either the base value is an object or has primitive base v is true, otherwise returns false. Is unresolvable reference v returns true if the base value is undefined and false otherwise. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate on references. 7.1 Get value v. If type v is not reference, return v. Let base be the result of calling getBase v. If is unresolvable reference v. Throw a reference error exception. If is property reference v. Then, if his primitive base v is false, then let get be the internal method defined below. B return the result of calling the get internal method using base as its this value, and passing get reference name v for the argument. Else, base must be an environment record. A return the result of calling the get binding value C1 0 2 1. Concrete method of base passing get reference name v and is strict reference v as arguments. The following: let O be to object base. Let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name p. If desk is undefined, return undefined. If is data descriptor desk is true, return desk. Otherwise, is access a descriptor desk must be true, so let getter be desk. If getter is undefined, return undefined. Return the result calling the internal method of getter providing base as this value and providing no arguments. Note the object that may be created in step 1 is not accessible outside of the above method. An implementation might choose to avoid the actual creation of the object. The only situation where such an actual property access that uses this internal method can have visible effect is when it invokes an accessor function. 7.2 Put value v w. If type v is not reference, throw a reference error exception. ECMA International 2009 35 2. Let base be the result of calling getBase v. If is unresolvable reference v, then if is strict reference v is true, Then I throw reference error exception, be called the else if his property reference, v. Then, if his primitive base, v, is false, then let put be the special, be call the put internal method using base as its this value, and passing get reference name, v, for the property name, w for the value, and is strict reference, v, for the throw flag, else base must be a reference whose base is an environment record. So, I call the set mutable binding, 1 0, 2, 1, concrete method of base, passing get reference name, v, w, and is strict reference, v, as arguments. Return the following. Let o be to object, base, if the result of calling the internal method of o with argument p is false, then, if throw is true, then throw a type error exception, b else return. Let ownDesc be the result of calling the internal method of o with argument p if is data descriptor, ownDesc, is true, then, if throw is true, then throw a type error exception, b else return. Let desc be the result of calling the internal method of o with argument p. This may be either an own or inherited accessor property descriptor or an inherited data property descriptor. If is accessor descriptor, desc, is true, then a let setter be desc, be call the internal method of setter providing bases to this value in an argument list containing only w, else. This is a request to create a known property on the transient object O. If throw is true, then throw a type error exception 8. Return. Note the object that may be created in step 1 is not accessible outside of the above method. An implementation might choose to avoid the actual creation of that transient object. The only situations where such an actual property assignment that uses this internal method can have visible effect are when it either invokes an accessor function or is in violation of the throw predicated error check. When throw is true, any property assignment that would create a new property on the transient object throws an error. Point 8. The list specification type. The list type is used to explain the evaluation of argument lists. See 1, 1, 2, 4, in new expressions, in function calls, and in other algorithms where a simple list of values is needed. Values of the list type are simply ordered sequences of values. These sequences may be of any length. Point 9. The completion specification type. The completion type is used to explain the behavior of statements break, continue, return and throw that perform non-local transfers of control. Values of the completion type are triples of the form type, value, target, where type is one of normal, break, continue, return, or throw. Value is any ECMAScript language value or empty, and target is any ECMAScript identifier or empty. The term abrupt completion refers to any completion with a type other than normal. 6. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009. 8.10. The property descriptor and property identifier specification types. The property descriptor type is used to explain the manipulation and reification of named property attributes. Values of the property descriptor type are records composed of named fields where each field's name is an attribute name and its value is a corresponding attribute value as specified in 8, 6, 1. In addition, any field may be present or absent. Property descriptor values may be further classified as data property descriptors and accessor property descriptors based upon the existence or use of certain fields. A data property descriptor is one that includes any fields named either raw. An accessor property descriptor is one that includes any fields named either. Any property descriptor may have fields named and a property descriptor value may not be both a data property descriptor and an accessor property descriptor. However, it may be neither. A generic property descriptor is a property descriptor value that is neither a data property descriptor nor an accessor property descriptor. A fully populated property descriptor is one that is either an accessor property descriptor or a data property descriptor and that has all of the fields that correspond to the property attributes defined in either 8, 6, 1 table 5 or table 6. For notational convenience within this specification, an object literal-like syntax can be used to define a property descriptor value. For example, property descriptor 42, false, true, defines a data property descriptor. Field name order is not significant. Any fields that are not explicitly listed are considered to be absent. In specification text and algorithms, dot notation may be used to refer to a specific field of a property descriptor. For example, if D is a property descriptor, then D is shorthand for the phi LD of D named. The property identifier type is used to associate a property name with a property descriptor. Values of the property identifier type are pairs of the form name, descriptor, where name is a string and descriptor is a property descriptor value. The following abstract operations are used in this specification to operate upon property descriptor values. 10.1 is accessor descriptor. Desc, when the abstract operation is accessor descriptor is called with property descriptor desc. The following steps are taken. If desc is undefined, then return false. If both desc are absent, then return false. Return true. 10.2 is data descriptor. Desc, when the abstract operation is data descriptor is called with property descriptor desc. The following steps are taken. If desc is undefined, then return false. If both desc and desc are absent, then return false. Return true. 10.3 is generic descriptor. Desc, when the abstract operation is generic descriptor is called with property descriptor desc. The following steps are taken. If desc is undefined, then return false. If is accessor descriptor, desc, and is data descriptor, desc, are both false, then return true. Return false. ECMA International 2009 37 8 10 4 from property descriptor. Desc, when the abstract operation from property descriptor is called with property descriptor desc. The following steps are taken. The following algorithm assumes that desc is a fully populated property descriptor, such as that returned from C8, 1, 2, 1. If desc is undefined, then return undefined. Let obj be the result of creating a new object as if by the expression new object, where object is the standard built-in constructor with that name. If is data descriptor, desc, is true, then a call the internal method of obj with arguments value, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. B call the internal method of obj with arguments writable, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. Else is accessor descriptor, desc, must be true. So, a call the internal method of obj with arguments get, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. B call the internal method of obj with arguments set, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. Call the internal method of obj with arguments enumerable, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. Call the known property internal method of obj with arguments configurable, property descriptor, desc, true, 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 and false. Return obj, 10.5 to property descriptor. Obj, when the abstract operation to property descriptor is called with object desc. The following steps are taken. If type obj is not object, throw a type error exception. Let desc be the result of creating a new property descriptor that initially has no fields. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument enumerable is true, then let enum be the result of calling the b set the field of desc to boolean enum. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument configurable is true, then let conf be the result of calling the b set the field of desc to boolean conf. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument value is true, then let value be the result of calling the b set the field of desc to value. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument writable is true, then let writable be the result of calling the b set the field of desc to boolean writable. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument get is true, then let getter be the result of calling the b if is callable getter is false and getter is not undefined. Then throw a type error exception. C set the. If the result of calling the internal method of obj with argument set is true, then let setter be the result of calling the b if is callable setter is false and setter is not undefined. Then throw a type error exception. C set the. If either desk are present, then if either desk or desk are present, then throw a type error exception. 0. Return desk. 8. ECMA International 2009. 8.11 The lexical environment and environment record specification types. The lexical environment and environment record types are used to explain the behavior of name resolution in nested functions and blocks. These types and the operations upon them are defined in Clause 10.12 Algorithms for Object Internal Methods. In the following algorithm descriptions, assume O is a native ECMAScript object, P is a string, desc is a property description record, and throw is a boolean flag. 12.1 End property P, when the internal method of O is called with property name P, The following steps are taken. If O doesn't have a known property with name P, return undefined. Let D be a newly created property descriptor with no fields. Let X be O's own property named P. If X is a data property, then A set D to the value of X's attribute. B set D to the value of X's attribute. Else X is an accessor property. So, A set D attribute, B set D attribute, set D to the value of X's attribute, set D to the value of X's attribute, return D. However, if O is a string object, it has a more elaborate internal method defined in 1.5.5.5.2, 12.2. When the internal method of O is called with property name P, the following steps are taken. Let prop be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name P. If prop is not undefined, return prop. Let proto be the value of the internal property of O. If proto is null, return undefined. Return the result of calling the internal method of proto with argument P, 12.3. When the let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name P. If desk is undefined, return undefined. 0. If is data descriptor, desk, is true, return desk. 1. Otherwise, is accessor descriptor, desk, must be true, so let getter be desk. 2. If getter is undefined, return undefined. 3. Return the result calling the internal method of getter providing O as this value and providing no arguments. 12.4. P. When the internal method of O is called with property name P, the following steps are taken. Let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument P. If desk is not undefined, then if is accessor descriptor, desk, is true, then ECMA International 2009-39. If desk. 2. Else return true. B else. Desk must be a data descriptor, so return the value of desk. Let proto be the internal property of O. If proto is null, then return the value of the internal property of O. Let inherited be the result of calling the internal method of proto with property name P. If inherited is undefined, return the value of the internal property of O. If is accessor descriptor, inherited, is true, then if inherited be else return true. Else, inherited must be a data descriptor. If the internal property of O is false, return false. B else return the value of inherited. Host objects may define additional constraints upon operations and situations where this definition of returns false. 12.5. When if the result of calling the internal method of O with argument P is false, then if throw is true, then throw a type error exception. B else return. Let own desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument P. If is data descriptor, own desk, is true, then a let value desk be the property descriptor. V be call the internal method of O passing P, value desk, and throw as arguments. C return. Let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with argument P. This may be either an own or inherited accessor property descriptor or an inherited data property descriptor. If is accessor descriptor, desk, is true, then a let setter be desk. Be call the internal method of setter providing O as this value and providing V as the sole argument. Else, create a named data property named P on object O as follows. A let new desk be the property descriptor. V, true, true, true. We call the internal method of O passing P, new desk, and throw as arguments. Return, 12.6. P. When the internal method of O is called with property name P, the following steps are taken. Let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name P. If desk is undefined, then return false, else return true. 12.7. P. Throw. When the internal method of O is called with property name P and the boolean flag throw, the following steps are taken. Let desk be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name P. If desk is undefined, then return true. If desk is true, then 0. ECMA International 2009. A. Remove the own property with name P from O. B. Return true. Else if throw, then throw a type error exception. Return false. 12.8. Hint. When the internal method of O is called with hint string, the following steps are taken. Let toString be the result of calling the if is callable. toString is true, then a let str be the result of calling the internal method of toString with O as this value in an empty argument list. B if str is a primitive the value, return str. Let value be the result of calling the if is callable value of is true, then a let val be the result of calling the internal method of value of with O as this value in an empty argument list. B if val is a primitive value. Return val. Throw a type error exception. When the internal method of O is called with hint number, the following steps are taken. Let value of be the result of calling the if is callable value of is true, then a let val be the result of calling the internal method of value of with O as this value in an empty argument list. B if val is a primitive value. Return val. Let toString be the result of calling the if is callable toString is true, then a let str be the result of calling the internal method of toString with O as this value in an empty argument list. B if str is a primitive value. Return str. Throw a type error exception. When the internal method of O is called with no hint, then it behaves as if the hint were number, unless O is a date object, C1596, in which case it behaves as if the hint were string. The above specification of for native objects can return only primitive values. If a host object implements its own internal method, it must ensure that its internal method can return only primitive values. 12.9 p desc throw. In the following algorithm, the term reject means if throw is true, then throw a type error exception, otherwise return false. The algorithm contains steps that test various fields of the property descriptor desc for specific values. The fields that are tested in this manner need not actually exist in desc. If a field is absent, then its value is considered to be false. When the internal method of O is called with property name p, property descriptor desc, and boolean flag throw, the following steps are taken. Let current be the result of calling the internal method of O with property name p. Let extensible be the value of the internal property of O. If current is undefined and extensible is false, then reject. If current is undefined and extensible is true, then if is generic descriptor desc or as data descriptor desc is true, then I create a known data property named p of object O whose enumerable and attribute values are described by desc. If the value of an attribute field of desc is absent, the attribute of the newly created property is set to its default value. ECMA International 2009-41. B else desc must be an accessor property descriptor, so I create a no wn accessor property named p of object O whose enumerable and attribute values are described by desc. If the value of an attribute field of desc is absent, the attribute of the newly created property is set to its default value. See return true. Return true if every field in desc is absent. Return true if every field in desc also occurs in current and the value of every field in desc is the same value as the corresponding field in current when compared using the same value algorithm. 9.12. If the field of current is false, then A reject. If the field of desc is true, B reject. If the field of desc is present and the fields of current and desc are the Boolean negation of each other, if is generic descriptor desc is true, then no further validation is required. Else, if is data descriptor current and is data descriptor desc have different results, then A reject. If the field of current is false, B if is data descriptor current is true, then I convert the property named p of object O from a data property to an accessor property. Preserve the existing values of the converted properties and attributes and set the rest of the properties' attributes to their default values. See else. I convert the property named p of object O from an accessor property to a data property. Preserve the existing values of the converted properties and enumerable attributes and set the rest of the properties' attributes to their default values. 10. Else, if is data descriptor current and is data descriptor desc are both true, then if the field of current is false, then I reject. If the field of current is false and the field of desc is true. 2. If the field of current is false, then reject. If the field of desc is present and same value, desc current is false. B else, the field of current is true, so any change is acceptable. 1. Else is accessor descriptor current and is accessor descriptor desc are both true, so if the field of current is false, then I reject. If the current 2 reject. If the current 2. For each attribute field of desc that is present, set the correspondingly named attribute of the property named p of object O to the value of the field. 3. Return true. However, if O is an array object, it has a more elaborate internal method defined in 5, 4, 5. 1. Note step 10b allows any field of desk to be different from the corresponding field of current if current's field is true. This even permits changing the of a property whose attribute is false. This is allowed because a true attribute would permit an equivalent sequence of calls where is first set to true, a new is set, and then is set to false. Type conversion and testing. The ECMAScript runtime system performs automatic type conversion as needed. To clarify the semantics of certain constructs, it is useful to define a set of conversion abstract operations. These abstract operations are not a part of the language. They are defined here to aid the specification of the semantics of the language. The conversion abstract operations are polymorphic, that is, they can accept a value of any ECMAScript language type, but not of specification types. 2. Copyright sign. ECMA International 2009 9.1 to primitive. The abstract operation to primitive takes an input argument and an optional argument preferred type. The abstract operation to primitive converts its input argument to a non-object type. If an object is capable of converting to more than one primitive type, it may use the optional hint preferred type to favor that type. Conversion occurs according to Table 10. Input type, undefined null Boolean number string, point 2 to Boolean, Table 10. To primitive conversions. Result. The result equals the input argument no conversion. 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 Object. Return a default value for the object. The default value of an object is retrieved by calling the internal method of the object, passing the optional hint preferred type. The behavior of the internal method is defined by the specification for all native ECMAScript objects in 8.1.2. 8. The abstract operation to Boolean converts its argument to a value of type Boolean according to Table 11. Argument type, undefined null Boolean number, string object, point 3 to number, Table 11. To Boolean conversions. The result equals the input argument no conversion. The result is false if the argument is +0, 0, or none. Otherwise the result is true. The result is false if the argument is the empty string. Its length is 0. Otherwise the result is true. True. Result. False. False. The abstract operation to number converts its argument to a value of type number according to Table 12. ECMA International 2009 43. Argument type, undefined null Boolean, number string object. Table 12. To number conversions. Result, none +0. The result is 1 if the argument is true. The result is +0 if the argument is false. The result equals the input argument no conversion. See grammar note below. Apply the following steps. Let prim value be to primitive. Input argument. Hint number. Return to number. Prim value. 9, 3, 1. To number applied to the string. Type. To number applied to strings applies the following grammar to the input string. If the grammar cannot interpret the string as an expansion of string numeric literal, then the result of to number is nan, string numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white spaciat, str numeric literal, str white spaciat, str white space, str white space char, str white spaciat, str white space char, white space, line terminator, str numeric literal, str decimal literal hex integer literal, str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal, infinity decimal digits. Decimal digits opt exponent part opt. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Decimal digits exponent part opt. Decimal digits. Decimal digit. Decimal digits. Decimal digit. Decimal digit. 1 of 123,456,789. Exponent part. Exponent indicator signed integer. Exponent indicator. 1 of EE. 4. ECMA International 2009. Signed integer. Decimal digits. Decimal digits. Decimal digits. Hex integer literal. 0x hex digit 0x hex digit. Hex integer literal hex digit hex digit. 1 of 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 abdef abcdef. Some differences should be noted between the syntax of a string numeric literal and a numeric literal. C7, 8, 3. A string numeric literal may be preceded and or followed by white space and or line terminators. A string numeric literal that is decimal may have any number of leading 0 digits. A string numeric literal that is decimal may be preceded by plus or to indicate its sign. A string numeric literal that is empty or contains only white spaces converted to +0. The conversion of a string to a number value is similar overall to the determination of the number value for a numeric literal. C7, 8, 3. But some of the details are different. So the process for converting a string numeric literal to a value of number type is given here in full. This value is determined in 2 steps. First, a mathematical value, MV, is derived from the string numeric literal. Second, this mathematical value is rounded as described below. The MV of string numeric literal, empty, is 0. The MV of string numeric literal, str white space is 0. The MV of string numeric literal, str white space opt str numeric literal str white space opt is the MV of str numeric literal, no matter whether white space is present or not. The MV of str numeric literal, str decimal literal is the MV of str decimal literal. The MV of str numeric literal, hex integer literal is the MV of hex integer literal. The MV of str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal is the MV of str unsigned decimal literal. The MV of str decimal literal plus str unsigned decimal literal is the MV of str unsigned decimal literal. The MV of str decimal literal, str unsigned decimal literal is the negative of the MV of str unsigned decimal literal. Note that if the MV of str unsigned decimal literal is 0, the negative of this MV is also 0. The rounding rule described below handles the conversion of this signless mathematical 0 to a floating point +0 or 0 as appropriate. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, infinity is 1,010,000, a value so large that it will round to plus. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits is the MV of decimal digits. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits. Decimal digits is the MV of the first decimal digits, plus the MV of the second decimal digits times 10n, where n is the number of characters in the second decimal digits. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits. Exponent part is the MV of decimal digits times 10e, where e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits. Decimal digits exponent part is the MV of the first decimal digits plus the MV of the second decimal digits times 10n times 10e, where n is the number of characters in the second decimal digits and e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits is the MV of decimal digits times 10n, where n is the number of characters in decimal digits. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits exponent part is the MV of decimal digits times 10n, where n is the number of characters in decimal digits and e is the MV of exponent part. The MV of str unsigned decimal literal, decimal digits is the MV of decimal digit.
After it builds whatever. I don't know, I think I'm done for now. The types, whatever. I don't know, it doesn't matter. Later on, it's be a big pain in the ass to like rename one file or the other because they're clearly not gonna work together. The compiler won't build. So I gotta like rename. I'll probably rename the other project, the other one, the slab allocator. That'll be a lot of fun to do. I hate this compiler so much. So much. I need some water. Alright. Built. I don't know, I think everything's working now. Whatever that means. It works until this compiler decides to like destroy the files or like lock them up or whatever it does. It works until then. So for now, I guess it's good. I think. Unless this is like an old build and it didn't refresh and it's lying to me. And I'm gonna save it back up. Then tomorrow I'm gonna run it and be like, oh, it doesn't work. Fuck. I already like closed everything. And be like, that'd be convenient if the compiler actually compiled when I clicked compile and it gave me a valid output and didn't trick me. That could happen also. There's so many possibilities. Anything's possible. But most likely not what should be. So, assuming everything's okay. I don't know, it looks okay. I'm done for now. I'm gonna let the stream run on for like 10 more minutes. And then, that way the whole stream hits end. So, peace.
Literal. 0x hex digit is the MV of hex digit. The MV of hex integer literal. Hex integer literal hex digit is the MV of hex integer literal times 16 plus the MV of hex digit. Once the exact MV for a string numeric literal has been determined, it is then rounded to a value of the number type. If the MV is 0, then the rounded value is +0 unless the first non-white space character in the string numeric literal is comma, in which case the rounded value is 0. Otherwise, the rounded value must be the number value for the MV, in the sense defined in 8.5, unless the literal includes str and signed decimal literal and the literal has more than 20 significant digits. In which case the number value may be either the number value for the MV of a literal produced by replacing each significant digit after the 20th with a 0 digit, or the number value for the MV of a literal produced by replacing each significant digit after the 20th with a 0 digit and then incrementing the literal at the 20th digit position. A digit is significant if it is not part of an exponent part and it is not 0, or there is a nonce arrow digit to its left and there is a nonce arrow digit not in the exponent part to its right. Point 4 to integer. The abstract operation to integer converts its argument to an integral numeric value. This abstract operation functions as follows. Let number be the result of calling to number on the input argument. If number is nan, return +0. If number is +0, 0, plus, or return number. Return the result of computing sign, number, floor, abs, number. Point 5 to int32. Sign 32-bit integer. The abstract operation to int32 converts its argument to one of 232 integer values in the range 231 through 231 inclusive. This abstract operation functions as follows. 6. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. 1. Let number be the result of calling to number on the input argument. If number is nan, +0, 0, plus, or return +0. Let pose int be sign, number, floor, abs, number. Let int 32-bit be pose int modulo 232. That is, a finite integer value k of number type with positive sign and less than 232 in magnitude, such that the mathematical difference of pose int and k is mathematically an integer multiple of 232. If int 32-bit is greater than or equal to 231, return int 32-bit 232. Otherwise return int 32-bit. Note, given the above definition of toint32, the toint32 abstract operation is idempotent if applied to a result that it produced. The second application leaves that value unchanged. Toint32, toint32, x is equal to toint32, x. For all values of x, it is to preserve this latter property that plus and a mapped to +0. To int 32 maps 0 to +0. Point 6 toint32, unsigned 32-bit integer. The abstract operation toint32 converts its argument to one of 232 integer values in the range 0 through 231, inclusive. This subtraction operation functions as follows. Let number be the result of c, adding to number on the input argument. If number is nan, +0, 0, plus, or return +0. Let pose int be sign, number, floor, abs, number. Let int 32-bit be pose int modulo 232. That is, A finite integer value k of number type with positive sign and less than 232 in magnitude such that the mathematical difference of pose int and k is mathematically an integer multiple of 232. Return int 32-bit. Note: given the above definition of tau int 32, step 5 is the only difference between toint 32 and toint 32. The toint 32 abstract operation is idempotent if applied to a result that it produced. The second application leaves that value unchanged. Toint 32 x is equal to toint 32 x. For all values of x, it is to preserve this latter property that plus and are mapped to plus 0. Toint 32 maps 0 to plus 0. 0.7 toint 16, unsigned 16-bit integer. The abstract operation toint 16 converts its argument to one of 216 integer values in the range 0 through 216 1, inclusive. This abstract operation functions as follows. Let number be the result of calling to number on the input argument. If number is nan, plus 0, 0, plus, or return plus 0. Let pose int be sign, number, floor, abs, number. Let int 16-bit be pose int modulo 216. That is, a finite integer value k of number type with positive sign and less than 216 in magnitude such that the mathematical difference of pose int and k is mathematically an integer multiple of 216. Return int 16-bit. Note: given the above definition of toint 16, the substitution of 216 for 232 in step 4 is the only difference between toint 32 and toint 16. Toint 16 maps 0 to plus 0, 9.8 to string. The abstract operation to string converts its argument to a value of type string according to Table 13. ECMA International 2009-47. Argument type: undefined null boolean, number string object. Table 13. To string conversions. Undefined null. If the argument is true, then the result is true. If the argument is false, then the result is false. C9, 8, 1. Return the input argument no conversion. Apply the following steps. Let prim value be to primitive input argument hint string 2. Return to string prim value result 9, 8, 1. To string applied to the number type. The abstract operation to string converts a number m to string format as follows. If m is nan, return the string nan. If m is plus 0 or 0, return the string 0. If m is less than 0, return the string concatenation of the string into string m. If m is infinity, return the string infinity. Otherwise, let n, k, and s be integers such that k1, 10k1s, 10k, the number value for S10nk is m, and k is as small as possible. Note that k is the number of digits in the decimal representation of s, that s is not divisible by 10, and that the least significant digit of s is not necessarily uniquely determined by these criteria. If kn21, return the string consisting of the k digits of the decimal representation of s, in order, with no leading zeros, followed by nk occurrences of the character 0. If 0, n21, return the string consisting of the most significant n digits of the decimal representation of s, followed by a decimal point, followed by the remaining k n digits of the decimal representation of s. If 6, n0, return the string consisting of the character 0, followed by a decimal point, followed by n occurrences of the character 0, followed by the k digits of the decimal representation of s. Otherwise, if k equals 1, return the string consisting of the single digit of s, followed by lowercase character e, followed by a plus or minus sign according to whether n1 is positive or negative, followed by the decimal representation of the integer abs, n1, with no leading zeros, 0, return the string consisting of the most significant digit of the decimal representation of s, followed by a decimal point, followed by the remaining k1 digits of the decimal representation of s, followed by the lowercase character e, followed by a plus or minus sign according to whether n1 is positive or negative, followed by the decimal representation of the integer abs, n1, with no leading zeros. Note 1: the following observations may be useful as guidelines for implementations, but are not part of the normative requirements of this standard. If x is any number value other than 0, then to number, to string, x, is exactly the same number value as x. The least significant digit of s is not always uniquely determined by the requirements listed in step 5. Note 2: for implementations that provide more accurate conversions than required by the rules above, it is recommended that the following alternative version of step 5 be used as a guideline. Otherwise, let n, k, and spinteger such that 1, 10k 1s, 10k, the number of alufas 10 nk ism, and kiss as small as possible. If there are multiple possibilities for s, choose the value of s for which s10nk is closest in value to m. If there are two such possible values of s, choose the one that is even. Note that k is the number of digits in the decimal representation of s and that s is not divisible by 10. Note 3: implementers of ECMAScript may find useful the paper and code written by David M. Gay for binary to decimal conversion of floating point numbers. 8. Copyright sign, ECMA International 2009. Gay, David M. correctly rounded binary decimal and decimal binary conversions. Numerical analysis, manuscript 9010. AT&T Bell Laboratories, Murray Hill, New Jersey. The 30th of November, 1990. Available as http://cm.bell-labs.com/cm/cs/doc/90